Welcome back to Workers and Resources. We're back in our republic, looking at our megacity next to a steel mill. Well, the steel mill is part of the megacity after all. We're in the megacity 19th center, trying to migrate all settlement components of the auxiliary settlement to this area. Currently working on the courthouse, which is present, and then the prison. Hopefully we can make that work well. We'll see if we can do that. Hello Sabanakis, hello Neo Contra. Welcome. Jesus Christ, that's a lot of cases. Alright, we're gonna up the numbers here a bit. Already a lot of cases over the limit apparently. Let's go. At 20% it'll throw an error message, but hopefully we can keep it somewhat contained. The other courthouse doesn't work anymore. We don't have any workers assigned to that. Because it's being demolished. Very few prisoners right now. Crimes against the motherland? Probably a bunch of silly crap. Yes. Well, it's medium crimes. A lot of them. It's a crime spiral building up, but resetting the police stations means that they are now hopefully handling all the crime. But the courthouse has of course also to put everyone into a prison cell for some time, so we can re-educate them in the art of loyalty. Once the prison is up, once we start building it, we can tear down the other one. These criminals need to step up their game. Yeah. We'll have highly educated. I'll need... I guess this one doesn't need to be highly educated. It can be. It should be high loyalty. That's the important bit. Then we can make this building work inside the prison, I guess. And make this highly or regular educated. That was the one we need to populate to make sure the prison keeps on running. That's a lot of rubles for 1922, isn't it? Not really. We started in 1880. So our time is shifted by 40 years. It's not that much money. I'll have to be right back. Sorry about that. Something just came up. Alright, we're good. Got to go to the bathroom? No, I did not. In general, we'll have to focus our very loyal people into a certain amount of buildings. Ideally, we would like to have always room for the most loyal people. But I also don't want to keep micromanaging the houses all the time. I'll have to figure something out. Let me know when the waste dump has been removed. I'll put the end station here. I'll optimize the route a little bit. I want to have another heating pipe here, going into the city. How many can we have? This has 700, so 2 large heat exchangers. This would be 1. And this would probably be the second heating for the heat exchanger. So I don't think we'll only have 1 heat exchanger on this. I don't think I would consider the fact that we might have 2. Does mean that for this heating in the area we would have to set up something else. Maybe a heating plant inside the construction sector to heat housing with 2 heat exchangers in this location. That is quite far away. We'll see how bad the pollution gets. Yeah, quite overwhelmed, I know. It should be getting better though. Well, some of the cases are still going out. Oh. Oh my god, there's so many cases here. Jesus Christ, okay, sure. Good work, Courthouse, you can do it. We're down to 35%. That should be manageable. I hope they can get that to drop down. They definitely need more judges. And the prisoners are currently going to the other prison, which means that they'll have a lot more loyalty over there. Oh, this is from the auxiliary settlement. But a lot of it is from the... well, some of it is from the megacity. Most of it is from the auxiliary settlement. Did we have a crime spiral over there? I mean, I cancelled a bunch of them. I think the minor ones were probably from the megacity, I would imagine. Alright. Medical University. I think I'm gonna put that at an angle. But allow a footpath to go around it. So we could have a university. Then we would have to guide all the citizens to this area. Set the loyalty requirement, and it could work. vehicle production facility is now unlocked. Can put down one big Lenin statue and surround it in a circle with small ones. I don't want it to make it look silly. I don't want to do that now. No. I could maybe put a line of like Lenin statues at the front of it here. It's just a copy-paste trick. How about that? And one big Lenin statue at the front. How dynamic. Welcome. Is this the Wild West? No, it is not. This will give a bunch of loyalty to the people unless the statue doesn't have enough range. 70 meters. That should definitely get to the center of the building. Okay. Definitely would need the heating. Water and sewage and electricity are already present, but the heating is not. That way we could get a university here, surrounded with more housing. Plaster a bunch of housing here for the highly loyal, highly educated, relatively outside of range of pollution. Could give us a robust start. And then maybe on this side, or on the left of it, the orphanages. Been Lenified. Please don't resist. Yeah. Okay, it's going down 32%. But yeah, the minor crimes it's not dealing with right now. It's too busy. For all the medium crimes that have piled up. Because I can't add more workers. Imprison everyone. Still 139 21-year-olds without their own flat because, well, the school is also struggling. But that is slowly being fixed. That went out of control a bit. Thankfully they're not occupying any houses, so... yeah. I think it's a fake 21-year-olds without their own flat stat. Don't think our flats are full. Well, here they're almost full, but yeah, the settlement has a lot of people that want to move in somewhere. They can't right now because they don't have an education. There's still some room over here. I guess we populate the last settlement building then. Less than 50% loyalty is fine. Let's see how bad it gets during... It looks like if with a large enough population you can do anything, even with like ridiculous amounts of pollution. But regardless, we unlocked the vehicle production. I need to check and see if we can place it in this area. Oof. That works, I guess. Yeah. Not sure. It's that way, I guess. I need the other steel storage. I can't get the range otherwise, I don't think. We tried it last time and it didn't look that promising. Okay, maybe... How do we do this? Would have to be a path all around. I don't want to transport the steel by horse carriage if I don't have to. But I would like to split it up between the mechanical component factory and the vehicle production line. That is gonna be slightly annoying. Electronics, electrical components, mechanical components around warehouse. Electronics don't go. Suffering from internal shortage. Utility node mechanics again. Okay. Sounds strange. I mean, they should definitely go into the warehouse if you designated space for them. Nothing is overfilled, and the factory connection is not a one-way factory connection, then it should work. I think. Is this fine? I don't know. Extra pollution is also not great. How much was the vehicle production line? 8 tons. 6 tons, 14 tons, that's more pollution, sure, it's fine. People will have to get used to it somehow. Oh, I just realized the mechanical components factory also needs to be connected to the vehicle factory. Right. Otherwise, well, we would have to drive the mechanical components around. It has to be this way. Then we have an extra factory connection in that end. Can't really build the footpath into the mechanical components factory. I guess we would have to build it here? No, that's too close. How do they get from this area down to the mechanical components factory if this is blocked by the factory connections? I would have to have the tunnel come out this way, I guess, next to the road. Just place it for now. Get a waste storage. Not that one, this one. They'll kind of have to bend around the factory connection. We'll just need to make sure it has enough space. It doesn't need to be placed perfectly yet. I don't know if this is gonna work. This is very unfortunate here. Okay, the waste storage is not going to go there. Never mind. Just need enough room for the road. This would then hook up the waste storage. At least it should. Should be close enough, if not, well, footpaths here either way. And then tunnel comes out somewhere on this end. Oh yeah. For the mechanical components factory. Produced cars also need to go to a warehouse with railway for the trains to pick them up. Yeah, but I will transport them with a horse carriage. They're not going to be produced directly into an export line. Only excess vehicles will go into an excess line. I want to have a domestic stockpile of things. So the export is currently not as important. I'm really lacking highly educated workers here. I hope they finish this soon. Otherwise crime will build up and become an issue for loyalty and happiness. Yeah, couple houses, more pollution in this area, because why not? Winter's gonna be harsh on this. The footpaths will have to be redone once the road has gone through here, but this is about where things should be, I guess. And maybe a fire station as well. We have one in this area. I don't know how much I trust the horse carriages anymore. Seems like vehicle production line could be kind of expensive and should probably be protected in case of a fire. Yeah, I think some extra firefighters just to make sure everything stays safe is not something we should skimp on. Then the train, we would have to see how it behaves with the storage. But the train wouldn't really run normally anymore, unless we can unload steel, and it would push it into the connected storage on the steel mill. I hope it does that. I don't think there's a reason for the train to be able to unload it again into the steel mill itself. I'm interested to see what happens if I do this. It doesn't unload it. So my hope is that this train can push steel into this storage. I don't know if that works, but that's my hope. Hello 50. Welcome. Because then we can tell the train to unload as much as possible. It'll push it after it has fully loaded. It'll push the resources in here and then bring the rest to the construction material storage and then the rest to export. That would be nice. And brick tunnel is going to take forever again, but that's fine. We'll set up the fire station first before we build anything. I'm glad that fit in here. That's pretty neat. If not, then yeah. And I guess now I'm planning to have the rail construction down here too on this side with extra workers bending around this whole area. This is gonna be a pretty big industrial complex. I hope it doesn't fall apart because of pollution at some point, but there's a chance. Okay, the courthouse is caught up. Let's see if it'll stay that way. Either that or the police stations have a problem. And oh yeah, police stations are struggling a bit. I mean, a lot of criminals we didn't really apprehend, so do your best. We'll try and get as many of them through. Yeah. We will be raking in the profits because of the steel mill. Yeah, but we still have to worry about the pollution and the population density. But I'm really happy how this is coming along. I really like the idea of having this industry with the heating plant and now vehicle production right in the center. Even though I didn't want to have too many industries, but I guess it makes the most sense. Then another storage on this side with another mechanical components factory, maybe in rail production. Profits bigger than pollution. That only works until as long as there's still people left, I guess. Okay, that's not too many cases. I think the police station is fine for most of it. The other one, I don't know, it's dealing with a lot of minor cases, but there's no police officers here, so it's balancing out some cases into this police station that are not going to make it, but it also means the other police station isn't working as much. I guess you can put down police stations that are understaffed to draw half of the cases away. So one police station can handle everything and the other one's just overloaded and you don't care about it. Just to try and reduce the cases a bit. Why no one wants to be as police officers? We have a lack of highly educated workers in the settlement. I let everyone move in, and the numbers of the highly educated workers slowly dwindled, so we need to open up some new buildings and let highly educated workers move in. It's a pretty far walk. Too risky for those nerds to become police officers. It looks like it, yeah. You got electricity, water and sewage. And you do too, so everything is fine. Okay. Got a footpath through here. Workers will be able to walk directly to the industry, as is tradition. And some extra fire stations. It's a lot of investment. What's that building in progress besides the steel mill? This thing? That's a waste dump that I'm demolishing so I can put a end station here for horses so the horse doesn't run around all the time. Hello, Yamnuska. Welcome. That's a mechanical components factory, and that's a steel storage. And the vehicle production line. Mechanical component factory will feed mechanical components directly into the vehicle production line. Because I assume the most thing it's going to need is steel and mechanical components. Some fabric and electrical components we can just deliver by horse carriage. But the Most needed components are directly produced on site. And if we want to, we can even have a road connection to the repair station, I guess. Another fire station nearby. What if I put the fire station here then? Oh, this is technically also room for more electricity later on. I guess we won't make that connection. Now we're probably transitioning from sweatshops economy to an industrial economy. Yep, as long as the people don't all die, we'll be fine. Guess we could have a fire station here. Once the power line is gone, yeah. Okay, courthouse is moving into January, a fresh start for it. Most cases are fine, except the last one is a little bit close to limitation. But it will catch up, I'm pretty sure. Hello Carpath Ice. Welcome. Waste storage. I guess you need a waste storage too. Last pickup of mixed waste, one more pickup of construction waste. And then we can build the horse end station. Oh boy. Fire! Should be fine. Okay. I mean, we're approaching 7,500 people with the auxiliary settlement. $2,000 more people. Yeah, I'm really excited to see if this will work. Because then we can just push the steel into external storages and it'll be fine. First vehicle you will produce are fire trucks? No. Bulldozers and excavators, probably. I would like to get a template for a bulldozer and an excavator. Groundworks are things that take the longest for us. But if I do that, then I would want delivery vehicles for gravel and concrete and asphalt next, because that's the resources we need for the groundworks. I don't know if I want to upgrade the construction sector, honestly, but it is the one that would probably consume the least fuel, or at least the most controllable. And fuel prices are the thing that scare me the most right now. Okay, wood prices are down in the tank again, it's fine. $10 US. Ruble price doesn't increase much. They're way cheaper to import. It's fine. Yeah, as long as we stay away from oil and oil-based products other than chemicals, we'll be fine. We might have to start producing chemicals soon. Not in the megacity though. I think the large chemical plant is that's probably modern industry. I don't know if you can have the large chemical plant with the research, or if it needs both chemistry and modern industry. Ooh, the early start chemical plant, only 15 tons of pollution and 2.7 tons of chemicals. It's way better than the modern one, but it needs 200 workers. 60 workers for 0.8 tons, so 600 workers would make 8 tons basically. And here 200 workers make 2.7 tons, which is more than 100 workers make a ton, 0.35. I don't know, that's probably the same ratio, but the pollution is kind of weird. It's a lot more efficient, pollution-wise. Not sure what the ratios are. I will probably build this one because of less pollution. And early start, of course. Well, it's January and the lifespan is still 66, so looks like it's better this time. Interesting. Here's another building, only allowing highly educated workers to move in. Any loyalty is fine. Just padding out the numbers. Demolition done. Okay, that'll fit here, good. I'm still going to use horses for a while. So we're going to put a horse-in station in the area and tell it to wait for 600 seconds until it sends another vehicle out, and then the horse carriage that is running around all the time picking up metal scrap can wait for a bunch of time. Because we can slow that industry down. The process of the waste handling, it doesn't need to run that often. Yeah, lifespan is a lot better now. Not sure what changed. Or is it gonna get worse in February and March when the pollution has built up more? Maybe that's gonna happen. Maybe the 15% less pollution from industry is gonna be a massive game changer because of its... If it's the buildup that matters, not the actual output, then yeah, 15% buildup reduction might be huge. Can put something else here. I don't know if I want to put vehicle storage in the storages in the area. I mean, we could. That would be in range of the repair station. Maybe a depot. We can drop a bunch of these. I don't want a large container. I want multiple smaller ones, and then each vehicle type would basically have its own storage. Which is also why we need a fire station here to protect all of this. And then somewhere a rail-connected vehicle storage that we can dump excess vehicles into. So a factory connection with a small vehicle storage. And then one train gets, I don't know, train cars, 4 vehicles, and it'll go through that and export it every time it goes through. So basically the steel train could do that. At least I think the train cars have capacity. The Stuttgart has. Do we have the Stuttgart train cars? I assume we do. It's the earliest one, I think. 17 tons open hull. 65 kilometers an hour. Yeah, seems like it. 17.5 tons of vehicle carry capacity. So the steel train could go in and load vehicles first before loading other things, for example. We could put a storage out here somewhere on this incoming line. Maybe next to the train depot. Or on the outgoing storage. Reserve one vehicle for just for one train car just for vehicles. So one train car that doesn't carry. Oh, we can say vehicles. Okay, sure. Cool. I guess that would be possible. Then it loads all of the steel and then goes through, picks up whatever vehicles are here and leaves. Small cargo train station. And a vehicle storage. Something like that. Of course, more pretty and everything, but general concept would be this. That would work. Outgoing connection. Just skimming through here. Can the vehicle storage be hooked up? Not really. Still would need to be a road going through here. But yeah, something along this line could be our export storage. And then multiple other storages around here lining up for storing vehicles that we want to have in the Republic. Alright, game. Lucky leader strats to the rescue. There we go. That was a bit unnecessary. So we could store bulldozers, excavators, and 3 other vehicles before we would have to open up other storages. That's a lot of storage capacity for vehicles like that. Yeah, these storages would be massive. Well, if one of these burns down, it's going to be quite the expensive learning experience. Skipping the horse breeding? Probably. No, not really. I don't want to switch over to fuel-based vehicles because the fuel prices are expensive, so I'm building this for money-making purposes. Currently we're importing replacement horses already, because our horses have been working for over 40 years, so they need a break in their legs. So I would like to have bulldozers and excavators, some fuel-based vehicles, but the majority of it I can't really take right now, I don't think. But yeah, horse breeding inside the city, I don't know. I wanted to have a vehicle production because I haven't done that for a while. Needs big buses for all the criminals, yep. Oh yeah, prison buses could be a thing, I guess. We could start making prison buses if we wanted to ferry criminals into the steel mill because they don't suffer from pollution issues. That would work. And yeah, we don't need to put crops into the end station here, that's fine too. So many new vehicles. Rail construction vehicles now officially available. Lifespan is still over 60, so it's not bad, I guess. Huh. Okay. Life expectancy is better now. We're also only down to 77%. I think the steel mill was just not running at 50 workers, which we had before. Seems like the more we scale it up, the more dangerous it's gonna get. Can set up airport for workers in auxiliary town. Oh my god. Don't start with the airport. Or you'll summon him. I don't know, these statues seem so ridiculous. I'll leave it, but I don't know. It might be a bit much. After all of these houses, we'll get the university set up. Prison will be set up already. We'll also have to figure out if we need another secret police. Higher educated numbers are going up, good. I wonder if we're getting people with higher education and loyalty below 75. Should be happening, right? Or is everyone 75 or up now? And that's why no one else is moving into the other building. We'll run a university here with a couple of workers for students based on their education levels, so some of them can finish their education a bit faster with high loyalty requirements, over 80%. Regular university is 60%. Oh, has the pollution kicked in now in March? Now one building has dropped. The other two are holding strong. I think our industries are just not working as much as last time. I think the next research is going to be pollution filters, and then I might have to switch over to preventative medicine. Keep people alive for longer. And then also improving our alcohol. Alcohol has a huge effect. 412 people. Yeah, alcohol would be right after the pollution filters, I guess. Pollution filters is another long-term research with a couple techs that we have to get. Rail vehicle production will have to wait a bit, I guess. Incinerator is burning, as it should. Machine replacement of the incinerator will not be too stressful, because it has a lot of capacity. I didn't put it down in an external storage container. I have to be a little bit cautious about it. Could also use helicopters. Yes, we could. 1956-ish or so, like that. Sometime after World War II. We could use helicopters. If that is a thing in the 19th century. Oh my god. Very good loyalty here. The other thing we could build is a school. I don't think I have an issue with people walking far distances for the school. Like, that is not a problem. So in theory, we could make everyone walk around for a single school in the Republic. In the megacity. At some point it will be better to have like another school set up, but are the fire helis still a bit jank in priority? I haven't used them in a while. The only thing I remember is that people need to learn to set them up not where the fire needs to be extinguished, but where the water pickup is going to be, because otherwise they just spend too much time initially picking up water and then the fire might be progressed too far. If you can get that initial travel distance down to the shortest amount possible, then you should be fine. They can be really far from where the fire is. Just, they need to be in range and they need to be close to water. Minimum ranges and such? Not aware of that. I don't know. Unaware of that. I need to move some more highly educated people in. Thankfully we have the other settlement. And can just pick and choose. For example, this building with decent loyalty. Working in the party HQ and school, that's fine. Just go work in the police stations for now. They already have a footpath that goes across, that's fine. Do some work. Let's go. We need to incarcerate some people so the crimes start going down. Oh my god. Let me know when the prison is done. We'll have to hook it up to the distribution office. Okay, health is already coming back. Good, good. But yeah, population drop due to pollution is still present. Jesus Christ. That's a drop. Groundwork materials are present for both construction sites, so let's start with the next residential building. Water is probably still fine. Oh god. Water might not be fine. Maybe it is. Maybe it's just at one substation. Maybe the water tank went quite far somewhere else, supplied water and then came back. Like maybe this fire station here, for example. I guess that's also where sewage carriages would go, because it doesn't have a water and sewage tank yet, or it's not connected to the sewage discharge proper. Once we have the university and the school, then the education system in the auxiliary settlement is technically also obsolete. So we can shut down the universities there, unless we need research. I don't know if I should relocate the universities for research too. I don't want to have all universities in one area. Seems a bit mad. Maybe this will hold the orphanages. No, I think this is going to be housing. There's going to be a student hall here, somewhere. Hall of residence, maybe even two. So we can stack some very loyal, highly educated workers. Resource deliveries over on this side. A shopping center wouldn't go amiss. $5, $25, $35. Technically plastic, but it won't be necessary in the beginning. Other way around? No. Electronic components and plastics in the same amount. That was correct. And yeah, this will replace the train repairs. I guess we'll pick up the components here for now. Although, no. Just drop them into the local warehouse with the train that is already there. I will have to assemble... the current delivery train to be larger. So you will come with me. Actually, no, we have a train depot there. Just have to wait for the train cars to arrive. How long are we gonna make you? Double the length? I would block the road, but the road isn't really used for anything. Though the fire station might decide that it wants to extinguish the clothing factory when it burns instead of this one. And that road would then be a problem. Also, there's a lot of delivery vehicles heading this way. And I have the distribution office there now. So I can't make it that much longer, I guess. One, two, maybe three more train cars. I guess you know what you have to do. Go pick them up. I'll buy them. It was the Essen. No. The castle. Not 4 horses. We'll make the train slightly longer. Once it arrives here again, we can send it around once. Well, it currently doesn't have a pass to go here. I have a lot of food. You will load mechanical and electronic components, and you already load fabric. So that's all good. You will not go to the border right now. You'll just turn around and go in here. And I'll let you. I'll also have to change the signals on the waiting tracks. Okay, now we'll wait for the train cars to arrive. Extend the length of the train with 1 or maybe 2 train cars carrying mechanical components. An extra train car carrying food, probably. And see how it does. And then the distribution office can carry the resources into the warehouse, and by that point maybe the repair station is done. And then all trains can be repaired here. The other repair station in the auxiliary settlement would therefore be obsolete. But I don't know if the trains from the auxiliary settlement would travel all the way over here to get train repairs, so I probably wouldn't shut it down right now. Yeah, good walking distance. We don't really have a bus stop in that area, so only local workers would be able to work in the mechanical component factory. Unless I decide to say I want a bus stop, and we just demolish some housing and put a bus stop there instead. Don't think that's going to be necessary. Bus stop here would be the best, which I probably could build if there was no fence. Yes, if we get rid of the fence, I can build a bus stop there. Can I build the bus stop and then rebuild the fence? Because this would be the best way to do it, I think. Just have a bus stop here for workers only, and then they can check and see if workers are needed in this area. That wooden fence doesn't really do much other than look cool. It does a lot. It looks so cool. How close can you build a fence to these? Not that close. Well, this one is better. That might work. Come on, police staff. Pick up the pace. This case is to solve. I don't think our other prison has issues, right? I think I set the checkboxes for it. Maybe we're having a bunch of escapes. No, prison is fine. Prison has no problem. Guess I'll grab some more very loyal people and bring them over. That's a lot. I don't know about the fence. Maybe curve it around here in front of the bus stop. We'll see if it becomes an issue. If yes, we can tear down the fence and put a bus stop there to increase the supply of workers to the factory area. Oof, population drop. Let's try and catch the loyalty spiral. There we go. Train cars have arrived. So we got what? Meat. Chemicals and alcohol. Way too much alcohol. Fabric, crops, food and clothing. Just food. I need to reorganize this. This is a mess. But for now, One more carriage for food, mechanical, and electronic components. And the food one can be changed to plastic, or a mixture of plastic and something else. But for now, make sure that our supplies are covered. Thank you. This was a lucky fit with the vehicle production line, but I think the modern one is even larger than that. The modern one would have definitely not fit in here, I don't think. And some extra vehicle storages, with one of them being connected for rail export, is also kind of nifty if this hooks up. It does not. Maybe I can just twist the factory, the cargo train platform a bit. Or move it closer to the rail line. This is the closest we can be, and we'll let fit the storage in again. Maybe if I scoot it over a bit. I guess like that. 2, 4, 6, 8, 7 storages, 1 for export. So 8 storages total, 7 for storage, 1 for export. Yeah, it's very nice. Hello Mega Monkey, welcome. Can even have a road connection through here. Very good. Train will be back momentarily, give it some time. Repair station is done. No horse carriages in this one. It'll repair road vehicles, no ships, airplane, helicopter, personal car. It'll be able to repair trams. No metro. I mean, if we have a metro. No. It won't even be able to repair trams. Can't really go into this building. Now, a small train depot they could do. Because a small train depot, trams can enter and exit now, I think. I don't remember if they can drive to it for repairs. If we were to build a train depot here, somewhere, in range of the repair station, and then connect it to, let's say, a tram network. If that would work. You don't need to bring anything here. Not directly, at least. Can bring stuff to the warehouse, that's fine. Train has arrived. We got mechanical and electronic components, very good. And one distribution office needs to start bringing some steel here. Because trains love steel. Does train go through train end station? I have no end stations here. This is currently without end stations. But any train would be able to go through an end station, yeah. Even this train with maximum length would be able to sneak into an end station. Plan to build it? Should work. But you can't transport workers through it. It doesn't allow you to drive straight through. You would have to add it as a stop, basically. And a distribution office can't pass through it. It is not an open building, it's a closed one. This one has an open train track, so trains can just drive through here as if it was a normal track, I think. But a closed building doesn't count. Like, this one doesn't count. Because technically there could be trains longer in here than the building has size for. So an end station behaves like a train depot. Trains can't drive through it unless you give them a stop in the middle. And for a depot they can't even drive through because they would just stop in the depot. But yeah, as long as you add a stop to the end station, then they would go through. But for passenger trains that would not work so well. Guess I could set you for repairs and try it. You would just move ahead and go directly into the depot and should get repairs. Would be a good test. Once you start moving, that's the repair station you would pick. Wait a minute. I don't have any room. I wanted to think how many loading places are on the vehicle production line? Because do I have one truck loading everything, or do I one carriage, or do I have one truck per carriage? Per production item. I think it's going to be one truck with a lot of vehicle travel commands. I guess it could be two. I could split it up. But how many loading gates are here? Oh, there's only two. That's not good. Vehicle production line and only 2 spaces for parking. Oh well. Once the steel gets pushed through here, no pulling steel out of that storage, please. We'll learn if it can push steel through the factory connection. I believe it should, but I don't know. Might be weird. Train loads full of steel and then pushes it into the adjacent storage. It doesn't unload the steel back into the steel mill, that we already learned. So the only thing it could do is transfer it directly to the adjacent storage. If that doesn't work, then I guess the steel export train will have to stay parked for a while. And maybe we'll send it out on demand for now. Please solve those serious cases and give it to the courthouse. Oh my god, the courthouse needs more workers too again. Just too much work right now for highly educated workers. Only 61 21-year-olds without their own flat. Went down by 100 people. Looks good. We're soon back to just regular students inside the school. I think we should probably return to the same track that we left. If you're going through here, you're going to be slow, so the turn can be quite sharp. And there's only going to be one train allowed on that block, be it through the cargo train station or not, so we don't have to do anything weird with the signals here. We're below 6 million rubles in loan again, if we deduct our current bank account. So it's looking pretty good. Yes, we're importing a lot of mechanical and electronic components now to fill up the warehouse, but that's fine. %30 is fine, thank you. hope we have the loyalty in the area to make sure that the prisoners get a good rehabilitation. There. Magic trick. Train goes in for repairs. As expected. Here's some mechanical components, nothing else. Everything is available. And 5 workers is probably fine. Can probably employ even fewer than that. Make the repairs a little bit slower. They won't have work for most of the time. I guess 3 workers is fine. Until we notice that there's several trains that need maintenance, then we can up that number a bit. So we're getting to the limit of the auto search range here. Then I guess the steel storage could also serve as a local storage for construction offices to pick steel up from. I will not be able to fit the brick factory in here. I think this area is crammed. Not sure what goes here. Not really a plan. Shouldn't be the brick factory. It could be. Okay, I'm thinking about the brick factory still. It's too much pollution, like the vehicle production line and the mechanical component factory. It's pushing it. Plus every bit of housing will increase the pollution from the heating plant too. Right, come on. Someone send 1 worker here to finish the maintenance of the school so that it can work 30% more efficient. Well, more than 30%. Back to 100% efficiency, please. Pollution filters in 7 years. That, or we get to 7,500 people and research it earlier, yes. Pollution filters would be the next thing. The permanent construction office sector with the cableway car leading into it will have to wait. Not bad. Couple cases solved, couple cases struggling. Get all of these solved, even the serious crime should be fine. This one is almost done. And maybe next year it's gonna be no problem anymore. Maybe. Right. So the idea of the train platform on this road is completely thrown out of the window because now there's a hospital and a medical university here. Inner city train platform into another train platform and just run a train around, constantly carrying workers around and passengers. Might be a good idea. I would have to bring the train through this whole area, past the heat exchanger, and set up another train platform. Hello, Sigurwig. Thank you very much for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Takes a while for the boards to get here. But yeah, pollution filters, probably what we need. Only 100 people with low government loyalty reduce their happiness by 1% on that tick. As long as they have low government loyalty, I guess their happiness is just going to keep decreasing, isn't it? Two work days and a bit of steel to keep them maintained. I think that's worth it. They'll last 40 years and we barely invest any resources. Plus it's our own steel now. Where's the distribution office picking the steel up from? It should be our storage, not the border. Yes, good. So only... we're repairing horse carriages with our own steel now. Come on, keep it up. I know the minor cases are gonna probably fall through, but if a couple of cases make it, we'll be alright. I keep telling myself. We'll also have to move the hazardous waste incinerator somewhere next to the megacity, or into the megacity. Probably somewhere in the construction sector. Like this, I think this whole southeastern area will probably be all industry. Construction sector, maybe the incinerator, brick production, could have a sawmill there with imported lumber. Sawmill would be really easy to run. The alternative to a Cableway station would be to set up a train line, set up the rail station and transport workers by train back and forth. Which seems kind of ridiculous. But that would also be quite easily expandable. Because then we could build up the rail line to the next train platform up here. Someone create negligible pollution. Could have near the steel plant. I'm not going to build another thing next to the steel plant, no. Let's put all the small polluting industries. And I mean, like, honestly, like, another heating plant would be negligible to the maximum output of the of the steel mill too, right? So we can just put another heating plant there too. Just throw everything next to the steel mill, it's fine. Screw the workers. I asked for it. Maybe it is still in range of auto surge, maybe I was wrong. The waste storage being so far away is a bit annoying, but I don't know. I mean, I could also place it here, I guess. No, that's too far. That won't do. Come on, you can finish this case. It's almost done. It's taking up so much time for the other cases. "43-year-old horse carriage, still working, 69% wear and tear. Not nice, but I don't think we can do much more than one more repair. That'll probably get replaced. Hello, guess you have a lot of cases to solve? Yeah, we're working through them. Courthouse is fine now, just the police station struggling a bit, but they'll catch up in time. Maybe next year. Oh, it's already been almost another year. Sheesh. That year went by quick. Are the horses considered police officers? I think so. Don't want animal abuse. One more workday on the road. At least they already are sending a passenger wagon, because I have a construction office set to help with everything but buildings. So that one isn't lagging behind, thankfully. This is temporary. These houses might or might not happen. This is temporary, so in theory we're only here right now up to this road. With this being flexible and able to change. Even the water and sewage connection can still change if we need to. That was mainly for the asphalt and concrete plant. If it's for the Wright brothers? No. No chance. But yeah, the temp construction of the sector at some point will not need more workers. And then the only thing that needs workers is the train platform to maintain itself, so we can always go to the customs house, I guess. So you would need one passenger train putting a couple of workers onto the train platform every now and then. Right now we need a lot of workers because we're running a fire station, but if we're only running the train platform, a single train carrying passengers would be enough, because they would only be used up during maintenance work of said train platform, and there's nothing to be extinguished in the area. Unless, of course, we're deciding to set up the farm dot on that area, because then we would have to harvest with workers and probably run a food factory in that location too. Okay, they're catching up, I think. What about you? Also catching up. Good. Well, at least it looks like it for now. Who knows how many cases the police cars are gonna be bringing here. Police carriages. But for now it seems like they're able to handle it. Should I flip the monuments on the other side? So he's standing with the hand facing the other direction. Maybe on this side. People is indeed happy. Comrade people. I'm sorry. Yeah, I think I'll turn off the storage of steel here. Or the unloading of steel. No, I can't. This would be the transfer for the train going to the auxiliary settlement. At some point we'll have to turn it off. But it's currently the cutover point from one settlement to the other. I want the construction office vehicles to pick up the steel from here, because it's the fastest to get from a construction site to this area to pick up the steel. Once the storage is up. Where's the professor boyfriend? Okay, what? Okay, looks like no more cases for the moment. A lot of cases went unsolved. Looks more stable now. We'll have to keep that going. People getting handcuffed? Oh god. No. Not that. No. No. It's fine. Hey, what have I missed? Is that the vehicle factory? Yes. Vehicle factory, mechanical component factory, and some vehicle storages, with one of them being... Well, it will be connected to a rail line, so we can export vehicles by train too. And then we have some storages domestically for the important bits. Excavator, bulldozer, dumper, open hull truck, covered hull truck, and 2 more, I guess. Buses maybe, and then something else. So we could migrate the construction sector, the distribution offices. Oh, fire trucks maybe. Fire trucks could be important. They are kind of time sensitive, and they would make our firefighting a lot more efficient if we were to upgrade them. And we don't need a lot of them. We could also bring the fuel directly into the fire stations. But yeah, it has to be old fire trucks. So the Rubald D2440 can carry 9 workers, and same as the Horsefire wagon. It just drives more than twice as fast. And that's going to be handy because then we can probably make use of the radius of the fire stations a lot more efficiently than what we have been doing. Almost done with the open storage. And all the one goes faster? No, but we don't really want to move to modern vehicles because I still want to be feeling like a 19th century city. We start getting into the 20th century city vehicles too much, it will change the theme of the city. And I don't want to have too many vehicles running. It should still be mainly horse carriages, but over time it will slowly change. And station done. So after unloading, we'll go to the end station. Waiting time 600 seconds. So you don't transport that little amount of scrap. That might be a little bit more every time you have to run. You don't get any horse feed here, you'll just wait. Might have to up that even more. What's the maximum we can have here? 600 seconds? Oh, okay, sure. I guess. I don't know if the train will leave the steel mill. If it can unload all of the steel into the steel mill. Because then it shouldn't need to... Oh. Oh, now it is unloading into the steel mill. It didn't do that before. That's unfortunate. That's annoying. Why didn't it do that before? Huh. Well, guess we'll still do it this way, because it'll push the resources over if they have to go. Ah, doesn't make sense though. That's annoying. In our test it worked fine. I mean, I guess we can unload and then reload again. It's a mechanic in the game that don't let you pass trains on non-crossing parallel lines if they model can touch each other, like I press rail too close. I think so. Because if a junction splits up, one of the train might not be able to get past it. So this will be potentially dangerous. Not sure what happens when it's side by side though, because I haven't really done that yet, but with the front end of the train, definitely. So I don't know what happens if you do this whole thing and have like a corner that goes close to the other rail line. I think if it lets you place it, it doesn't care. I think this is fine. Just with the junctions, it's a bit... you gotta be careful. But I don't know. That I have not tested. That I don't know about. It might be able to sneak through, but you can definitely have it too far forward. I don't know when it doesn't let you. Turn around. Oh, now the train cars should be in the way. Should be almost unloading. I'll have to refresh our loans soon. There you go. It's only one idea, but that can explain what's happening with my trains. Yeah. Could be a problem. Okay. That one is concerning with the water. I'll have to set up running water now, I think. And I don't have the water treatment plant yet, which means there's going to be a ton of pollution generated in that direction. And that would probably kill a lot of citizens. Now you might think it's over a kilometer away, but there's a ton of pollution here already, and a ton of pollution in that area would not be great. Maybe I have to set up the water treatment plant and not build it in the temporary construction office sector, but somewhere here instead, in walking distance of the houses. That would take up a lot of space. Hello, Oprah. Welcome. So we would run the sewage pipe this way. I mean, ideally it would go where the sewage pipe is right now. Which it can't because there's a sewage pipe in the way. We do small sewage treatment plants because the large one is a pain to build. It's actually not unreasonable. I'll probably have it up here. I'll need a fire station next to it. We'll probably surround it in trees, so it's not as easily noticeable. And then have it in walking distance on one of the bus stops here. So the sewage pipes would only come from the sewage treatment plant. So we can hook up 3 sewage connections from this to the sewage discharge. In the beginning it would only be 1, but once we get rid of the second one that we currently use, we can also replace the other 2 with a connection to the sewage treatment plant. Why were you red for a moment there? That was weird. So we'll probably surround it in trees facing the road. And other than that, it'll somehow connect to a footpath and a road connection to allow workers to get to this area. But then they'll be out of water and sewage range. If I build it here, it will be connected. Probably here. A beast of a building. Go here, go straight across. And then you lock in to the sewage discharge. Probably against the other sewage pipe for now. And We'll fix the way that the path goes through here. I mean, this looks fine, except the way it enters the road I could clean up a little bit. And then other connections can just nest into against this sewage pipe and just follow the same way. The other three as well. If we need another sewage discharge to the left of it, would all work. And on this side, the road is not quite clear yet. Maybe I'll just put the sewage pipe through this path. If we can... No, it'll be 3 parallel sewage pipes, maybe even 6 to the left of it, so we'll have to leave room. Won't make sense otherwise. Oh, we can go underneath this building. Okay, sure. I mean, 6 parallel sewage pipes all underneath the road sounds a bit stupid, to be honest. Probably best to just ignore everything and straight line it. It's gonna be the nation's water slide. Don't get that. Don't think there's any chance that you'll need all 6. Not sure. Probably not. Just want to make sure if we need it, it's available. They're medium sewage pipes, not large ones, is the problem. But yeah, it will be possible. Plus we can start using them to upgrade the sewage pipe network as well. I want this protected by a fire station. I think it can burn down, and it's an important building. If this thing collapses while we have running water, the whole city is gonna die. This is that important. Small fire station. And if we have 100,000 people living in the city, then I'm pretty sure there will be a lot of sewage, because at that point we will have running water, guaranteed. I think this is... I want it to be centered, but the game doesn't want me to have that. That would connect to the road. So currently the housing would stay this way, but it wouldn't go much further than that. I would allow myself to build housing up to the fire station, I guess. Maybe with a lower density level. Maybe these ones are too tall. I would switch to the slightly smaller houses with one level less. So this would change, I think. Shorter. It has to connect to this road, and then we'll build the housing alongside it. Green space area, green belt here around the sewage treatment plant, with a line of housing up to it, so we have some workers living there. Okay, looks like we need to up the fabric delivery a little bit, I guess. One less train cars for our food. How do you scroll between different houses? Q and E. Some buildings allow that. The more recent ones are more likely to allow you to press Q and E to scroll through them. Some of the older ones, not so much, like these ones do. I guess most of the houses do now these days. I think they've updated it, but I don't... They're always cycling between different housing categories, so... certain types of brick buildings. Basically, people who made the same type of building allow them to cycle through that group of buildings quite easily. But yeah, I guess we'll set up the sewage discharge here. Which means the sewage pipe will have to change direction. Four intakes. It would come off of the sewage pipe here, loop around and come back to the sewage treatment plant. Probably taking this pipe entrance. We'll have two that can go to the left and one more that can go to the right. But yeah, that's a prerequisite on before we can start using running water, I would say. Otherwise we're gonna have a whole other lot of disasters waiting for us. I'll deploy the other water carriage. See how it goes. We might get some more. I might drop down another technical service to do the water distribution. It should be fine, but I think the problem is that they're carrying water up to this fire station and it's annoying. Quick check on the building list based on wear and tear across the map. 41% is fine. Vehicle will have a pretty diverse list of wear and tear. Very old vehicles, all getting replaced very soon. Yeah, 600 seconds might not be enough for this thing. And I guess I will deliver some crops to the end station because it isn't... I think it's always running the route now because of the end station. It's not staying in the area. I think it's... I wonder if it's going to the unloading place. We'll have to follow it. It shouldn't, when it doesn't carry anything. Steel storage, almost ready. Then we can see what the behavior is. Will it load it first into the steel mill or will it load into the adjacent storage with the factory connection? I hope it fills the adjacent storage first, because otherwise this isn't going to work. least not the way it's set up. We could just turn off the export of steel, because we'll probably be doing mostly vehicle exports by that point, I guess. Depending on our worker count. I don't think I want to produce Western vehicles for export. That would just make us so much money. Unless they fix it. Like I said, we could try... I would probably try to get a license for a Western vehicle. To see if it changed. But I think it's going to be ridiculously valuable. We'll have to get to the mechanical component factory because we need that production up first. Before the vehicle production can run. And we also have to somehow bring mechanical components to the local warehouse. I am tempted to set up that road connection across here. Thought we could have more electricity, but electrical substations could theoretically also make their way in here. I don't know if we could have those with a road next to it. But yeah, that connection will allow us to have one single horse carriage waiting until loaded for the mechanical components and then waiting until unloaded at the destination, or just using the horse carriage distribution office, I guess. So the mechanical component pickup point then would not be the warehouse. It would be a destination for other distribution tasks. It would be a temporary storage, basically. We pick it up from the production facility, bring it into the warehouse, then also pick it up from the warehouse and deliver it wherever it needs to go. Mechanical components are not super critical. But this could also be a pickup location for local construction offices. Then I would probably set up a new warehouse. The citizen warehouse should not provide for the construction of the Republic. It should be something new. Almost looks like it was planned. Now it's also matching where the delivery is coming from, which is this factory down here. It's a relatively smooth road now. Sure. And we can fit another transformer here if we really want to. If this gets close to 3 megawatts, then we will have to consider the local power plant. Wait, is it 3? I think the import line is 4 megawatts. Yes, I've limited myself to 4 megawatts from the border before I need my own power supply. I should be bringing the bricks closer and the steel and just have everything locally. It slows construction down quite a bit. $173 21-year-olds again. Come on, school. That wasn't a deal. Are you insufficient now? Sheesh. So many children. I guess I'll have to keep running the checkbox. Yeah, I solved it, and then I turned off the checkbox. Now we are even worse than before. That went up quick. Sheesh. Set up the heating. This will definitely need a fire station. I don't have a fire station planned here yet. Closest one is pretty far away, isn't it? Prerequisite to building up more things in the area, another fire station. Especially the university and the clinic would definitely need that. I wouldn't trust it otherwise. Looks like we're good again. Police stations can be activated again to notify me if we run into too many cases in, well, next month. Okay, you're waiting. Good. That's what you're supposed to do, but I'm interested to see what happens if you do a run, so do that right now. Why are you not moving? Are you stuck now? Does this not work? I think the vehicle might be broken now. I don't know why the end stations sometimes break. It's so weird. What are you building next to the steel mill? Hello Thorgrim, glory to the Republic. Mechanical component factory, vehicle production line, vehicle storage is 1 for export. The fact that it can list all buildings across the whole map that quickly, it's very neat. What are you complaining about now? Is it the next one even? Was it that way? You leave this way, you arrive at a signal, and then you can turn around. You should be able to just arrive here and turn around in this area, but now you have two signals. Still not allowed. Maybe it's not connected to the train track. Nope. Get this set up. I mean, we'll just wait until one of them is done and then build the other one, I guess. That is fine too. Works for me. I'll have to wait until the storage, the warehouse is done, the factory connection to the train tracks. This new road connection will also help with the search range for the construction offices and speeds up a little bit, so they don't have to drive around. Bus stop would not be in range at the moment. Still not in range. Still not in range. Down here. Okay, sure. Then I guess something else. Maybe a local bus stop next to the service buildings. Or we just open up this one for passengers as well. Or a platform down this location. Would also not be in range. I mean, they have their own hospital in that area. But I wanted to guide them to the university and school, which I guess now they would be able to reach, no problem. But this large hospital, I guess, is just for the local citizenry. High population density, after all. Back down to 84 21-year-olds without their own flat. That went down quick. I think it was actually people waiting because all houses are filled. Sheesh. Okay. Our first escape in a long while. And yeah. One sector of the city will have to be a larger area for the prison. And, like large prisons, I mean. The small prison I relocated is mostly for making sure the auxiliary settlement tasks are being handled. I don't want to have several small prisons everywhere. This will be demolished at some point. I guess at that point it could become the bus stop, couldn't it? Prison could be on this side. I don't think we can make them work in the rail line production, but maybe we can drive them to the steel mill. I don't really plan on using prison labor that much though. More houses ready soon. Let's focus our efforts on finishing this one. 9 tons of bricks. And then they can work on the last residential building that is close to finishing, plus the prison. Maybe start sending some groundworks to another couple houses. Loyalty is going up again, very good. Keep it above 50. So, will you now unload into the steel storage? I'm interested. Don't need to wait until loaded. Oh, okay. It mostly loads into the steel storage. That's good. That works for me. Okay, that we can use. Seems like it's doing it by capacity of the storage. So it has more than twice the capacity of that of the steel mill, so more than twice of the resources from the steel are making it that way. You do that once and then wait until loaded again. Then you can export. That way we can always transfer some steel into the vehicle production line, and the train runs probably half as often. MegaCity 56. Yep. Hello Barbados, Black Belly. Welcome. New fire station almost up. That road is already done. Okay, that was quick. Hey, hope everyone's chilling. So far, yeah. It's very cold. No one can heat up right now. So we get steel, we get mechanical components. No extra storage for that. I think the building has enough internal storage. 17 tons, yeah, that's enough. We can transport it out. That's fine. We'll drop the loyalty requirement on these 2 buildings, because those are the ones with the lowest life expectancy, so I would like to not have people move in there with more than 50% loyalty for the moment. Until they start emptying out and we have people waiting to move into flats. Yeah, that will be the new construction material storage as well. So steel is now available locally. And this is not a steel storage for construction anymore. The other thing we can change is the distribution office to pick up steel locally instead of at the external storage. But we still need this assignment because it picks up boards from there for the horse veterinary. Boards and bricks, if we use it somewhere. Currently only boards. We don't have a track builder right now. I moved that one into the train depot because I don't have a vehicle to maintain it anymore. Gonna move over, and once both of these tracks are done, we can move it back, or maybe think about moving the rail construction office too. But that one will have to wait. That one would also go into the temporary construction, into the permanent construction office sector. Rail construction office with resource deliveries from all of the production lines would make the most sense at that point. City's coming along slowly. But yeah, I think these structures further away from the steel mill are gonna definitely not suffer as much pollution-wise, and therefore keep our population up more easily. "16, 15, 21-year-olds without their own flat." Not sure why it exploded that way again. The school should be able to handle this. Just leave the checkbox on, it's fine. We got high loyalty workers in here, and they'll push up the loyalty of the students. And then they're over 50% loyalty in most cases. And that's very handy. We'll turn on the checkboxes again for the police stations to notify me if we do run over the 20% unsolved cases limit during the year again. But it will hopefully be fine now. No students here, passengers is fine. Well, students would be fine on both bus platforms, I guess, so never mind, you can be on both. Students pile up in this area, and then they transfer this way. I think I'll drop a shopping center here. Like, this loyalty from the 8-9 statues is gonna do something. It will boost everyone's loyalty while going to the school and the university, but only if they have less than 40%. Average 37%. So it's not gonna be that helpful. But the least loyal people will benefit from it the most. Like, if we put the orphanages in that area, and we run them based on population growth rather than loyalty gain, they would increase the average loyalty to the point where the orphans then visit the school and might get up over 50% loyalty again. Maybe I don't have to use the orphanages for loyalty boosting at that point anymore. Maybe I would just be fine with the prison only. Give me a couple of fire wagons. Next house. And that one is underground works construction. Once one of the footpaths is done, I guess. Hello, Percassigan. Welcome. How is Vintage Story treating you recently? Hope you're having fun with it. Any new challenges you've been doing? Mega Criminal City 56? No, it's not that bad. Criminality should be reduced again, now that everyone has been incarcerated. I think this is not working anymore. I think this is broken. So this horse carriage is pretty much busted. Well, that's unfortunate. I thought we could have a nice functioning end station, but it broke again. Oh, no more end station then. You run the line normally again, I guess, and we'll get rid of this building. And this vehicle is not useful. That's unfortunate. Percuss again? Wait, what? Axle turns counter to water wheel? What? Made a water wheel today. Axle turns counter to the water wheel. So you have a turn counter and then... Oh, physics. Oh my god, I couldn't read that word. Jesus. Solar gear. There it is. Well, construction vehicle. Now I wonder if I can send bricks here and unload them into the storage. Oh, I want to test it. Okay, 1, 1, 1. Let's send the train with the construction materials here and see if we can sneak in some construction materials to that area. I doubt it's gonna work, but you never know. So, unload bricks and boards, no steel. See if that works. Auxiliary settlement cargo train station, yep. That would be great. All construction materials in the city? No extra train station? I could sneak in... no, there's no room. Well, we could sneak a cargo platform anywhere. And just build it. That would get rid of the storage at least. The aggregate storage. Do I want to move all of this? This is not necessary anymore. The warehouse is obsolete, pretty much. Don't unload here anymore, you load from here now. Warehouse will be demolished. I'll come in, go here, reverse, and then leave again. Let's see. Road connection in between, ideally to a fire station nearby. That seems promising. And then we have one storage each for bricks, boards, and steel. Just gotta move the bus stops, I guess, for transporting the people around here. If we're still doing that, we are. You're on range. Stop complaining. Okay, and then you send them this way and we get rid of that platform. Move them out of here. Okay, that would be a cargo train platform that we can send the resources to instead. Speed up construction even more. Fire station done. Well, horse feeder is a bit busy. Better set up another one. Next to the train depot wouldn't be the worst idea. Or maybe somewhere off to the side behind all of this. Horses won't spook with the trains arriving, right? We'll be fine. Another horse feeder? Do I want the aggregate unloading here? Of course I do. I want everything now. I want to relocate the temporary construction office sector so we don't need workers here anymore. This whole thing would be obsolete. The power line. Okay, the switches can't catch fire, right? Switches are safe, I think. I'm pretty sure. I'm plastering everything full here with construction tasks. The train line's also going to go through here past the sewage treatment plant along the road, I guess. So the train would have to come in, do aggregate unloading, and then go into this platform, and then leave. That's gonna be weird. Why don't we just put the aggregate unloading onto the train track before? Makes sense. No power here currently. If we move it a little bit, we might be able to make it work. There we go, now we have power. It says we had power. Why are we not showing power anymore? Okay, now we're safe. So we got aggregates, we got warehouse already, we got our construction materials. Very close to our current construction goal. Let's get started. Dropping some workers in here. Once the road is done, we'll hook up the rest and build this up. The train track can already be built up to the aggregate unloading station. Excuse me. Need so much more population for all the jobs. I don't have to run the steel mill at full tilt. You don't need to run industries at full tilt unless you need to make money. But in industry for construction materials, you only need to run for your own demand. You don't have to run the steel mill or the sawmill or the brick factory at full tilt unless you're planning on exporting. We're just exporting excess. Fire station is ready. Temporary station, yes. Bring the construction materials from the temporary construction sector into our own settlement, so we can phase out this whole setup. Get rid of all of that. Ideally. Minimum loyalty 50%. Minimum propaganda 100%. Distribution. Resources, citizen goods. We want 80 to 20%. Well, let's do 70 to 30. 1.5 tons of clothing, 3.5 tons of food. And then we'll relocate people in here as soon as the citizen goods have arrived. And the other prison will be closed and demolished. No double capacity right now. We had a prison escape here last year, so the prison is insecure, we have to relocate it. Doesn't work. Especially for the sewage treatment plant with all the piping, it would be nice to have a brick storage here and just build off of that. Otherwise it's going to take ages again. Yes, I have one secret police. We do know the loyalty of people. There's not that many houses here compared to the auxiliary settlement. That's why the single secret police does not have any issues right now. Because it's based on houses, not on population count. At least I think it is. I haven't done a test on that yet. I would need to test and see if a large building gets less points from a secret police, duration-wise, how long the loyalty is known, than a small building. Because I don't think it does. I think it just counts for a certain amount of time, and the duration is... which hampers low-density settlements, if you want to use a secret police. Secret police benefits off of the highest density housing as much as possible. Almost done with the gravel deliveries. I guess we can not start the heating pipe. That we don't need to do yet. We can do that one once we have gravel and construction materials locally. For now, let's just wait. Also, I technically only need 2 storages here because I do have steel. But we can just deliver 2 storages full of bricks, I guess. And make the cargo platform the pickup point for the resources so they can draw from all the same storage. Like, I can tell them to pick up bricks at the cargo platform and boards from the storage directly if I want to. Road is being built, very good. Yeah, I think that's gonna help. Population here went down for sure. But maybe only because we're now allowing 50% or lower loyalty in. Might be a bit low for that. Are we struggling with the wardens here now? Are you telling me? 'Cause that would be ridiculous. We should be able to make the loyalty requirement. You work in the prison. If the prison is full, you go to this bus stop, and then you look for work from there. Don't go to every building, otherwise the highly educated workers are gonna do weird things. And later on we will tell them to also check the the university and the school for workplaces first. Okay, it should be fine. We do have all resources here. Once the wardens have stabilized to a certain amount, we will migrate the prisoners from the auxiliary settlement to this area. Could connect it right now. It would reset the construction site, but we have time until it's done. This unloading platform technically doesn't need electricity, just the aggregate one does. I could flip them around and put the aggregated one here, but it's fine. Then we will have asphalt, concrete, gravel, open hull materials and covered hull materials, which should be everything on the other side of the river. And we'll just have to empty out the storages in the temporary construction office sector and demolish it. And all that would be left would be the fire station, because currently I can't remember if the switch can catch on fire. I don't think it can, but I don't trust it. The switch would have to be removed at some point. Like, I will disconnect myself from the customs house and put an emergency connection in, I guess, but it would be a direct connection to the customs house with no switches. Off of the central switch. Or the one next to the power station. I might try and use the priority switches. I haven't used those yet. At least not in a while. Oh yeah, did we unload bricks and boards? I don't think we did. I'm assuming the train already went through here a couple times. No, it ran out of fuel. Because now you ended up in that area and ran out of fuel because you didn't go through the coaling station anymore. My bad. Well, I'm gonna still try it again, I guess. But that kind of means you already went through and it didn't work, I think. Hello, Hank. Welcome. I mean, from the humble beginnings of the temporary setup of one residential building, it has grown a bit. And the construction pace should increase. We just have to make sure everything is safe. Because a catastrophe here is so far away from the customs house that reacting to it is, well, slow. If the resource train arrives in this area, I will use it for testing. Because it doesn't have to go to the train depot, it just needs to get close enough to the coaling station again. I don't know why I didn't coal earlier. Oh, that's fine. Okay, you have your destination, head to the steel mill. Oh, that was the wrong button. Head to the steel mill. We'll see if you unload. I'll set you to wait until unloaded and we can check. We got enough lines in here, it's not going to block anything. I'll just go through the coaling station, pick up some coal, and then it'll be fine. It's nice having enough construction workers, that's for sure. 41% higher education, picking up the pace. 3 students only. Really? That can't be right. Oh, 21-year-olds studying it. Okay, so yeah, that's fine. The steel mill doesn't know what to do with bricks and boards, therefore doesn't accept it. Yep. I was trying to pass it through into this cargo storage, but just trying to be a bit cheeky, and maybe we can skip on having the resource delivery in that area, if it works, but I don't think it does because I think it already made the attempt. Rail construction? What are you waiting on? Oh, that signal, right. Sorry about that. It's fixed now. But yeah, I assume the same. I don't think the steel mill's gonna know what to do with it. But it's going to try to unload into an adjacent storage. But the building it is unloading in doesn't know about the resource type, so it shouldn't work. Would be interesting to see if it would just dump in the external storage. Yeah, but it didn't work with the warehouse and an attached meat storage, so I don't think this is going to work either. But I want to test it instead of just saying it's not going to work. Because maybe at some point it is going to work, but no, it is not. It is not, so we can get rid of that. And it doesn't need to go into the city right now. Where are you trying to go? You're going to the customs house. Oh, then you can't get to the coaling station in the auxiliary settlement. I see. Go to the coaling station, I guess. I think that's connected? Yeah. That one's fine. I'm literally riding the bus home right now. I want the early start DLC so bad, but I can't afford it. Just let me have some steam locomotives, damn it. Yeah. Hooded Horse is doing a lot of sales. I'm sure there's going to be another one soon. Hello, train nerd. But yeah, only if the building knows about the resource type, I guess, will it be able to handle the resources. Waste is sometimes different, though. Do I put another waste storage here again, or do I just ignore it? I don't know. Putting another small waste storage here seems unnecessary. I'll just leave it open. Come here from something barbaric? Yeah. Nice. There's hopefully not going to be as much swearing here. But the gameplay and content should still be interesting, I hope. Almost done with the road construction. This is all temporary. This is permanent. Do I want the road to continue through here? I don't think so. If we want another connection, we can build it out this way. But yeah. We have one on next to the hospital. We have one next to the temporary construction office sector in 2.0. I think that should all be fine. This took a lot of effort to build. Mostly because it's so close into the center of the map. And because we used horse carriages to do it. But even then, in realistic mode, everything is a bit more intense. Let's crank up the courthouse a bit. No, it's still fine. Courthouse is still fine. Let's relocate the prisoners from the other settlement and shut down the prison. Load resources from here, and then we'll demolish it once it has run out. We will disable the checkboxes and look at it later. Hopefully we have the workforce to run this with no incident. It should slowly populate. Or we just drop in one of the houses from the auxiliary settlement, I guess. Why did you do that? You were supposed to not go here. You were supposed to go to the coaling station, and you still went to the customs house. What the hell? You know what? That is solvable, I think. Go to that setup first. You'll wait. Oh. Never mind. Going around that way again, huh? Sure. So you can't reach the you can't reach the coaling station from that way. I see. I see the issue. I see the issue. Then the waypoint has to change. You need to go to that customs house instead. Well, you know what? Sure. But go to the train depot. I'll launch you off of there and then it'll be fine. Why did it work before? Because we sent you back to the... Oh wait, that's the easy option. Just go to this aggregate unloading station, which is in the auxiliary settlement. So you run a loop back to This unloading station. This one. For the rail construction office. And then you're back in the right place. What does your name mean in English anyway? The broadsword. It's German. No other meaning behind that. Right, I wanted to relocate people from the residential building that is not as much needed anymore to the new prison area, which now needs the loyalty of the workforce. There you go. Welcome to MegaCity 19. No MegaCity 1 here. That should get the population up a little bit. The resource train has to undergo maintenance while your city starved? No, because we have a warehouse with 180 tons of food right now. Which will last us about a while. Worry not, we shall be safe. Increase priority on that road construction. I would like to hook up the new construction sector. I lost quite a few people. I think the pollution cloud is pretty big these days. But maybe we can beat it with more population. What's the bottleneck? Chemicals for clean water? The bottleneck for clean water? We don't. Oh, it's mostly the distribution. I want to set up the sewage treatment plant so we can prepare for running water. I don't want to set up running water without the sewage treatment plant because the city is probably going to grow to envelop the sewage discharge at some point. I mean, we'll have the construction sector there, but regardless, population will probably grow all the way down to the rail line and road connection, and that would be affected by the sewage discharge from a population the size of the megacity. Any tech points available? No. Hello, Scott. We got 8 research points, 5 free ones from the decade, 2 from population and 1 from a settlement for a total of 8. We have research distribution offices, secret police, education for most loyal citizen, Soviet functionalism, steel mill, vitamins, mechanical components and road vehicle production in that order. Next tech would be pollution filters. Unless something changes. A little bit of food, bunch of clothing and meat. Guess we'll have to just wait. I'll pick it up, most of it at least. I feel a little bit sad chipping away at the auxiliary settlement to build the megacity, but I did say that would happen. Once we get to 30 plus capacity used, then we have to think about another prison. It should only be the backlog that we ran into when the police stations weren't working as well. So I hope this number is going to decrease again. We could even think about decreasing sentences a bit, because the major crimes are, well, they're keeping them locked up for 3 years. That's ridiculous. But no, it's fine. I want to get to 100% loyalty on each prisoner if possible. At least over 50%. And it should be set up to do just that. Road is done. I don't think I need anything else here. It's also much cheaper to build it that way. No steel, just concrete, gravel and asphalt. Instead of this storage, which needs 14 tons of steel to build. Not that that would be a problem right now, but still. City grows, is the car factory. How soon do you want to start manufacturing cars? As soon as it's up, I would like to acquire a license to produce excavators and maybe bulldozers. The earliest ones available we can find for rubles. So we can speed up our groundworks and our road construction and footpath construction. Basically speeding up our city construction. That's also why we're relocating the temporary construction office sector closer to the city, because if we get excavators and bulldozers, the next issue would be transporting the resources fast enough to the construction sites. And maybe I'll have to set up some construction offices over here to relocate all of the construction office vehicles into the area. The ones we already have relocated are useful. I guess I guess we could just use the free construction offices too. We need to set up fuel. I will probably have to have a train unloading station for fuel somewhere, yeah. I don't want to rely on horse carriages bringing fuel in. But it's also not supposed to run critical infrastructure. It's supposed to be auxiliary, except for the fire stations. I think I would like to run the fire stations with horseless carriages. Okay. It's a little bit long, but I guess it does the trick. I don't know if I can fit the signal closer to the road. I don't think so. It's currently blocking. It's standing on the purple block, I think. Don't wait until unloaded. I want to check something. I'm going to move the road slightly to the right, I think. I would like the train to not be overlapping the signal if possible. Wait, is this fine? I don't know. Guess we'll check. I think it's the same spot. I think so too. Well, I think it's a little bit to the right, because I think it was here before, but I don't know. I mean, we can relocate the road in the meantime and give it a bit more space. My god, the distribution of his vehicles. Do not get out of this area because of the horse feeder. Sheesh. Alright, so now we can easily relocate the signal if we have to. Vehicle storage for bulldozers and excavators. Maybe fire trucks. I think fire engines migrated to be the proper vehicle type would be nice. Then I would also need a covered hull truck so the fire engines can get repaired by the vehicle repair station though. Because the trucks will have to drive to the fire stations to repair them. Okay, this is only going to be steel now. Let's check. No excavator, but we do have a bulldozer. Stellar Nets S60. We can produce any vehicle we want, but we want to stay with relatively old vehicles. This would be even older. The Hills 75 bulldozer, but I don't think I'll be able to afford the license without having to take out a loan, and then I don't have a way to pay it back. Oh no, the signal is sufficient now. It's further back. Now it works. So lower density housing here, ideally. Balcony is facing inwards, not towards the road. A little bit of a gap to allow a footpath to maybe sneak through here. And then we can set up the road connection off of this. And the footpath can go alongside if it wants to. Give us quite the range for workers working in this area. And then more housing, but on this side of the road. Again, balconies facing inwards. No need to have balconies facing towards the sewage treatment plant. Up to the fire station. I guess maybe we could have the footpath behind the building, not in front of it. I don't know. But this is what I would like to plan. This building is definitely going to stay here. And then either we have the footpath behind the residential building and the building up to the road, or a little bit further back. I would like for the corner of the building to be flush with the corner of the other house, somewhere like here. So I guess the footpath is going to be behind the other residential building. We will do it that way. And when something barbaric, should something barbaric decide to at some point play this and stream it, I'm gonna be right there in chat for most of the time, I think. Unless I'm, of course, streaming it myself, but hey, what can you do? I think we're gonna build it like that. And then this path would go through here again. Somehow. And then this green space, train track between the sewage treatment plant and the road, which would be our passenger trains going past the sewage treatment plant. And our resource unloading point, probably where the temporary construction sector is right now. The unloading point for one of the areas where the city receives resources for its citizens. Train is there, yeah. But it's not the same spot. It did move. It was here before, now it's here. This one is green, so it's not sticking out at the end anymore, which is nice. Precision signaling. Prisoner count below 30 again. Hopefully it'll trend downwards, but at some point, yeah, we need a large prison. It's not too difficult to set up, it's the same thing, except it's gonna take longer to build. I guess we could make the prisoners work the sewage treatment plant now that I think about it. We could have a prison here. We just need to make sure we have enough loyalty. Space-wise, the smaller prisons are more efficient. So this way they would get a re-education program plus some practical experience, I guess. Would not be too far away. Having the sewage pipes required to be built underneath the prison, though, is something that would probably not fly in real life. But hey. That's fine. Another slightly bad thing of the large prison is no footpath connection. You gotta use the main door. Okay, emergency services, footpath. And footpath into the prison through here, as well as the fire station. Or here, I guess. Or we just don't rehabilitate everyone. We can also have a large prison that just does prison labor, if we feel like that our loyalty is sufficient. I don't think that's going to be the case. We can rehabilitate so many people. But then we can't rely on prison labor for the sewage treatment plant. But yeah, it will be just connected to regular workers, and they can just... The most loyal people go to the prison, and then the rest goes to the sewage treatment plant. I'll have to see how the houses fit here. That would leave a nice space, but I would have to change the buildings over. This one has to be the long one. And then it would work. That's not going to work at all. That's where I want to place the building. I mean, this is going to be a green space, so that can be occupied. Can we get it in range of the bus stop? Not quite. A bit too short. That's fine. We have to finish the construction sector first anyway. I'm also building the vehicle production line. Ideally, we would finish this area first. Finish the train line, get the aggregate dump ready, tell the vehicles to pick up from here. I think once the aggregate unloading is done and ready to go, we will tell the train to stop unloading into the temporary construction office sector and use up the materials first before telling the vehicles to pick up from here. I could also leave the construction vehicles in this area. They would just travel here once and then do the same short trip until the building construction is done and then return. So I'm not really too stressed about having to move the vehicles, I guess. Is this not filling up because I don't have the high loyalty checked? Is that the reason? Because we're at 40%. That might be the reason. I think almost everyone is over 75% loyalty. When sewage construction, first we want to finish the construction sector and the vehicle production, and then we can move over to the sewage construction. I would like to have the bricks here before we start building the building and the sewage pipe. It's crazy to see how slow this run is, but I like it a lot. It will speed up eventually. But not really. I mean, we're learning. We're learning that having the resources as close as possible to the construction sites is very important for horse carriages. Haven't had an epidemic in a couple of years, okay. Serious health complications, contagious enough to infect many citizens, and long duration. The classic. I might have to throw in the other school. Seems like it should be fine again though. We'll see if that's true, or if we start piling up a lot of 21-year-olds without an education again. But yeah, I want to finish the gravel unloading. So we can finish the rail construction, this tiny section of 7 workdays. And then the resource storages. This would be a brick storage. One of these would be a brick storage, probably this one. This would be boards. The vehicles travel to the board storage and the train cargo platform for bricks. So we have 4 loading bays basically, instead of only 2. And gravel. Yeah, we're gonna accelerate construction over here by increasing priority on these tasks. They are important, because they will accelerate everything else. I could have done it with dirt roads, but I didn't want rain to risk this investment. We won't be storing steel here. They can load steel at the steel mill storage. That one wouldn't change. And then afterwards we'll have another row of houses here with higher density, working inside the prison with high loyalty. Far away from any pollution. The sewage treatment plant makes no pollution whatsoever. It removes pollution. Damn, is the train long? You know it. We like long trains. Gotta have the long trains. Like Snowpiercer. The snowplow train? I think I've seen that one. It's gonna accelerate 30 minutes at full load. It's actually pretty good at acceleration, but yeah, it probably would not be that good. However, if you were to use a pig locomotive or a BR-80, it would be a bit slower. Also, advantage, flat ground at the customs house, so trains accelerate normally. Well, let's watch the train accelerate after it has loaded. I'm going to take a drink. 1 kiloton of coal. It should not be slow. It has a bunch of power. Almost a kilowatt per ton. Is that a lot? In train terms? In car terms, it's not a lot. I don't think. Yeah, without the trains, this would have been... I mean, I don't know where we would be right now. Also, it's loaded 1,380 tons right now. We still have to not forget about the weight of the train total, not just the cargo. So half a kilowatt per ton. Let's see what it can do. It's not bad, is it?
already at half speed. Can only go 70 because of the wooden tie train tracks. Yeah, it's doing fine. Does not take too long. Hard worker, yeah. Definitely. Yeah, I guess we could import or produce a prison bus. One-time production pieces don't really have to go into a storage. We just produce one, and then at some point we need another one, and that's it. We would only need one prison bus, I think, to transport the workers from the prison to the sewage treatment plant back and forth. Maybe a second one if the prison gets half full. But yeah, they should be able to run this. We want the gravel storage and the resulting buildings to be high priority, so that they can take over for the gravel delivery. Because we could already deliver gravel here, even if we can't deliver bricks and boards. As soon as the first unloading station is done, we can change the delivery route. And start letting the other building run empty. Yeah, a little bit excessive having 3 unloading stations here, but it also looks kind of cool. Yeah, I think this building's running empty. It's running out of workers. I think we're just making really loyal people now. This one is set to any loyalty, and almost every highly educated worker here is more than 75% loyalty. So if I want to have a building with highly educated workers, I have to check the higher checkboxes now, I guess. 40% highly educated workers. We were here before the education system collapsed a little bit. Back then we had less total population, but it was about the same. Okay, that's a lot of prisoners. Well, infrastructure is in the way. Oh, the road. It doesn't like being that close to the road, I guess. There we go. There you go. I don't think you could have reached that directly. Yeah, I'm worried about that. I guess the occasional escape is not too terrifying, but it's the indicator that we have to do something here soon. So you are going to be a small building. Then the other building would be the larger one on the other side. This way. Have to redo the footpath. But we should be able to place it. Okay. You can still reach the bus stop, and now it's replaced the other footpath, so it's not gonna get in the way anymore if I place this building here. Doesn't line up perfectly, but that should be good enough. However, the buildings should align with themselves. Doesn't want me to place it that close to a footpath, I guess. I think that is lined up. Checking the roof corner. I should probably tilt the camera. I have to move it outwards a little bit, so I have to also move the other building. Nah, that's fine. I think that's fine. Okay, that would designate some houses for high loyalty. Any education, just large prison. Some workers for that. Coal price going up for a couple months. Coal price heavily ties to the steel price. So on the 5th of September we might see a somewhat higher increase for the value of our steel cargo. I'll leave it open until then. It's only 3 days, I guess. It's not gonna get to the border until then. But if it goes much higher than 300k, like 320, 30k, would be a 10% increase, would be pretty good. Alright, we're at the cargo train platform. Let me know when that one is done. Then I'll send the rail construction vehicle here. Then we just have to wait for the storage to also be done. Price should change at the end of this day. Or, well, tomorrow. We're at 301,000. And what is it going to do? It dropped. Apparently the price change was already done when it informed us, so my assumption is that we... No, it hasn't happened yet. Coal has not changed yet. Oh well. The storage is not as important because it's another brick storage, but yeah, it'll be nice to have multiple. Imagine once you get prefab panels. Those are not a 19th century invention, I don't think. I'm not sure I would go prefab panels. I mean, at some point we might start to modernize, but I would like to get a 100k settlement 19th century style, I guess. Or at least close to it. But yeah, without horseless carriages, I guess that would not be really possible. I would have to rely on a lot of trains. We would just have to duplicate what we've been doing a bunch of times. 20 times the settlement size. Now that we're doing fine with money, we can do these rather grandiose construction projects, I guess. Okay, I think we can stop with the delivery of gravel to this area. You will let me know when this is running empty. And I'll not unload gravel here anymore. Okay, no, that won't do. You also don't need to unload... What did you load already? Not everything. Well, then we still have to go here, but not do anything. Otherwise we can't get into the warehouse, I guess. Have to reverse in, get to the warehouse. But yeah, that gravel should be enough to get everything set up here. At the very least, the gravel unloading. We have to make sure that the gravel does not go to the vehicle production, because that would just eat it up quickly. We can raise the priority of the vehicle production after this area is up. Another thing we could do is allow vehicles a little bit of a shortcut. That way, they can enter this area much easier than traveling all the way around. Well, I guess they were just driving up this road. Wasn't that far, but this will accelerate it a little bit. Once this footpath has been upgraded, we can reroute the workers through here again and upgrade the other side. I think I had it like this. I don't remember. Looks a bit weird, but I think this is how it was. No, I think this was... This one clean into here. That looks too sharp. I thought I had a footpath this way too. No matter. We'll figure out how it was. I don't have to set it up right now. I'll just raise the priority for everything in the area. Now that the gravel has been delivered to almost all the construction sites, except the aggregate storage for gravel, I guess. The important building only needs 7 tons. I don't think we're going to drain the gravel storage that quickly. Uh-oh. Insufficient or polluted drinking water. Uh, hmm. That's a lot of health drop. You're being repaired. So the technical service is not keeping up anymore. Meaning we need more. And I'm all out of free technical services. Well, I guess we better build another one. Because I won't be able to get to the water piping that quickly. Was it really because the vehicle was undergoing maintenance? Sheesh. They're quick to build. Concrete gravel boards, no problem. More temporary buildings into the mix, please. And in the meantime, let some water carriages get here. Maybe we can switch over to water trucks. That would be nice, but we're planning on piping the water anyway. I don't want to get into a race with water trucks. So I think the technical service vehicles might stay the way they are, except maybe the waste cars could switch at some point. But with the local incinerator it shouldn't really be that problematic, I don't think. Looks like we've dealt with all of the waste. No, there's only demolition office waste left, and this one shouldn't receive any more waste. That was the delivery location for the city's waste. Speaking of, I do have a technical service over here with a single waste wagon that I could probably repurpose. No, not everything. Just hazardous waste and mixed waste, please. So one of the technical services from our area already covers that location. So I would just have to relocate the waste wagon and then we could make use of that. Don't need to use that technical service anymore. And I guess it'll be nice to have one in reserve in case I need something. But for the water carriages we'll just use the one I'm building. A couple people are suffering from lack of water. We'll fix it soon. Let me know when the aggregate storage for gravel is done too. I will probably send the train here waiting until unloaded for gravel, and then once the aggregate storage is done we can uncheck the wait until unloaded. That way as soon as the building is done we immediately have gravel here. I will assign the local construction offices to the storage, but the ones at the temporary construction office sector will empty out the local storages first at that area. We're still picking up from the temporary construction office sector warehouse, which makes sense. We're trying to empty that one out. The electronic components are going to take the longest. But if the vehicle production line starts running, then the new vehicles should have a couple electronics in them. So at that point it would hopefully start draining the local warehouse. And the delivery train to the local warehouse, I guess, could also pick up from that warehouse. We could make that a thing until the warehouse is gone. So before you go to the customs house, go here and pick up electronic components and mechanical components. And then you can go to the customs house and import as many as we need to fill the train. Four deliveries of gravel ought to do it. So, sewage treatment plant, new prison. Because the fluctuation on prisoners seems to be a bit high. Some higher population density over in this area. Because it's far away enough from pollution where we could probably commit to some nice bit of population in this location. Broken horse carriage tried to overtake another one. You're gonna get replaced, you're at 79%. And only 6 months past your last repair, you're not gonna make it. All of this getting heated by a single heating plant? Yes. Only one heating plant right now. The new houses will need the new heat exchanger, I think. Did I place them in range of a heat exchanger? One of them is in range. The other building is not, so I would have to set up the second heat exchanger at that point. I need the fire station before we can commit to the heat exchanger. guess this connection was... No, it was going through that point. Just give it time. No passengers and students waiting here, please. Thank you. Now steel delivery, couple workers, and we can have the train wait until unloaded here. So this unloading station shouldn't be used anymore. Have you set it again? Why did you set it again? Stop unloading here. Okay, didn't unload yet. Why is it in here twice? Cargo train platform. Wait, that's storage. Oh, that one is not. What is that? Oak Settlement. No, Oak Settlement is fine. Oak Settlement is fine. That is the correct platform. It is not unloading there. After the warehouse, you would then enter the city and wait until unloaded. And the rail construction vehicle will have to wait until the first gravel has been dropped into a storage before it can then build the last bit of track. And then this train can unload bricks and boards here too. Probably loading them from the open storage and transferring them to this area. Just finishing the roof. Wait until unloaded for gravel. You're heading to the temporary construction office sector open storage, which is good because that's very close to this area. One more delivery of gravel and then we just have to wait on steel. And let me also get the rail construction office vehicle, so we can tell it to finish the construction here too. It'll line up behind the other delivery train. I don't know if we had the water issue in the megacity or over here. I assume it was in the megacity. But if it happened in the auxiliary settlement, I don't know if I cared too much. I opened up another residential building and it could have technically happened here, I guess. Happiness doesn't seem too terrible though. Pretty good even. Oh yeah, this one is on running water. Never mind, the settlement doesn't have any issues. It has potted water? Is that the right word? Plumbed water, I guess. forgot the storage that I was heading the water trains to. Not water trains, water carriages. This one? Oh yeah. Okay. Now ready to go as soon as the technical service is up. I don't know if I like the idea of a heat exchanger over there. But I also don't want to have pollution over there. Unnecessarily. If this house is in range of a heat exchanger, it's way too far away. I don't think this house would get heated properly. 455 meters is very far. I think the closest I would trust it would be 350 meters. So we'll probably build another heat exchanger in the area. Maybe in the forested place, somewhere here. That'll allow us to extend our settlement up this way as well. Because the heating plant also can't go much to the right, where the temporary construction office sector is currently being relocated to. Just to make sure again, you're set to wait until unloaded. Good. Still waiting on the last gravel delivery. But it is heading here now. And yeah, maybe the open storage will be done pretty soon too. But the train will only be able to get to this on the next delivery after the first one, because it has to let the construction train through. Or I just skip it right now and let the construction train in. I guess that would be the other option. Probably more sensible. Yeah. We'll let it run one more round. Because this will still need steel and mechanical components, so we can finish the rest of the construction until then, presumably. We don't have to wait right now. And next time you'll have to wait. Maybe the first thing I should have built in the center was the heating plant and a lot of resource deliveries. And then build outwards. The resource delivery area would have... couldn't have worked. I wanted the train line to go around the heating plant. I think that looks nice. That's the gravel. Yeah, alcohol consumption is not that far behind pollution. 600 instead of 4,300 people, but it gets 3 times the amount of effect. So half of the effect of the pollution, I guess. And I guess it also happens during non-winter time. So it's maybe even more dangerous. Maybe that would be the one to research after the pollution filters, if the pollution filters aren't strong enough. Because that might also improve the health to help us last through winter a little bit longer. Although the health drop is now really rapid in winter because of the pollution wall that is just being emitted from the center of the city. Alright, now we'll wait for the train again until unloaded. And hopefully we notice that we need to still add the cargo train platform. But even if we don't notice it, we can just set it up the next time then. Lots of construction work. Fabric do be expensive, and iron, and coal. And food. We don't have the food production here yet either. And the amount of citizens is growing. We do have some pretty profitable industries though. And our loan is hovering around slightly over 6 million again, so not too bad. So it did not increase by much. $6.3 million if we deduct our current amount of rubles, and our loan capacity is just shooting up with the inflation. We're now only a third of the maximum amount of what we can still borrow, so we're improving all the time. Looks like the constructions here are finishing up. The storages are so nice and easy to build. I should have not set up that large storage. These are so much nicer. That building also does not have a heating connection. So the idea would be heat exchanger with footpath, probably next to the sewage treatment plant in the forest here. Fire station would be nearby. I would build that on this end. This would be surrounded by trees. And that's how we could bring heating to the area. Up to the water within 300-ish meters. Up here we're struggling to provide heating though. Could be a park area if there's no reliable heating supply. Or we move the heat exchanger a bit further. How am I going to set this up? I don't know. How much loan would the West give me? 9 million. Pretty good. But it would be a 6% interest rate, and I have no way to make US dollars. So the only thing I could be using that for would be to acquire some blueprints, I guess. And then set up a ship and ship some Western vehicles to them, I guess. Or just get a ship and export raw resources to them. Check storage. Can you buy a ship from the west? I don't know. We can't check that until I have a ship storage. So, no idea. I assume ships are available from... Oh yeah, I guess we would need a ship from the west, wouldn't we? Huh. Nope, nothing. We would have to get to the harbor and make our own ship. Would I like meat? I'm okay with meat, yeah. Whenever one of the technical service carriages gets repaired that is currently delivering water to our city, people dehydrate a bit. And I don't want to drink water from the river for some reason, I don't know why. Good progress. We're doing the aggregate storage last, it looks like, but that just means we might be able to hook up the cargo train platform to the queue. Because it does now have enough storage for unloading boards and bricks easily. I think that's the cargo train. Please send the concrete to this area. And a bit of steel and finish 2 construction phases. And I think I'll just pause you, so you don't run away. You'll wait until the aggregate unloading is done and the cargo platform. And then I can change your route to pick up construction materials from the other storage. We can empty it out and get rid of it. There's a lot of resources we have to get rid of. This shouldn't take very long. Famous last words. But the concrete is right next door, and the steel is not far off either. You are still picking up steel from the wrong building. There you go. The only thing we're now maintaining in this area is the fire wagons. That can also be done by the city, so I think this veteran area is also obsolete. No, not that one. Nope. That one then. You're importing from the border. We'll detach this building from you. And also that one. This is now handled by the MegaCity. You can load resources from here, empty that one out at your own discretion. And we'll need our distribution office to pick up the steel from it as well. And the boards. Although the boards I don't care that much about. We'll also have to do rail demolition for everything. The last thing left over is going to be the passenger platform and the fire station. Because I'm a little bit worried about the switch. I wonder if I demolish the switch and completely remove it, I should be able to just say, you are now connected to this. I don't know if that would require construction materials. I guess it would need a little bit of electronics. But that would be fairly quick to build. The demolition would take the longest, I guess. But if the waste storages are right next door, I guess it wouldn't take that long either. But I will not connect the megacity from the electrical grid without having a substitute. That would be too risky for the population. Okay, heating plant is getting close to 50% capacity. It basically can run at double. 70% is the maximum I wanted to run this at. So we're using half of its capacity right now. Should not run more than 70%. Well, that steel delivery is taking longer than expected. But it's all heading this way. Might have been all the carriages going to the temporary construction office. Unfortunately. Well, since you're going to wait here until unloaded anyway, we are not unloading at the open storage anymore. We're going to load everything. We're not buying steel. And I guess we'll have to run through the megacity to actually pick up steel from the steel mill. You're not unloading here anymore either. It is a transfer point right now, but no, just export, I guess. And then the other train will come to the steel mill and wait until loaded. We have 3 loading stations here, it's fine. MegaCity 19, aggregate unloading. And that is then the auxiliary settlement, so we will have to go here, wait for steel loaded. And that's fine. Just to bring it to the auxiliary settlement. The rail construction office, pretty much. I guess I could flip over the distribution offices at the auxiliary settlement to use the steel from the rail construction office storage. Oh, we don't even have a storage there. Never mind, it's just, yeah, it goes directly into the building. So this is now only running export, I guess. couple more steel deliveries. $4.3. And then one more construction phase with a bit more steel, and then we're done. Everything else is ready. Even the technical service. You only need the water pickup point. Make sure the city is well supplied with water, please. Thank you. Currently we have a carriage waiting, but I don't trust it. As soon as one undergoes maintenance, it's gonna run into a potential shortage. But yeah, we have our goal set now. Sewage treatment plant, large prison. Because this one sometimes goes over 30 prisoners, so in preparation. This is low priority, the prison, but it's also on the agenda. Vehicle production line on the side of the sewage treatment plant construction, maybe with a bit more priority. And then after all of that, we can expand into a university, a school, and 2 heat exchangers to try and supply this area with enough heating. I might change the road layout a bit. Maybe we can move the heat exchanger behind the statue, so we can cover this gap here. It's not really that bad, it's just, yeah, it's just coastline a little bit. There could be some football playground or some green space, a park area right next to the river. That's not too bad. Yeah, next time I'll optimize this a little bit. Try to do it with only one line of unloading, and one train can bring in bitumen and cement and just wait until unloaded for gravel. And it might not even need the extra storages. And we could have our gravel storage on it too. Would work quite well. Although I would like to have a bitumen and cement storage, I guess. At least a bitumen storage. I don't know. Although bitumen lasts longer. Oh, a cement storage would make more sense. At that point we would probably have to set it up with wait until unloaded for one of the other delivered resources like the cement. Last construction phase on the cargo train platform. It will indeed finish before the gravel storage for the aggregate. Sorry, I'll have to slow down. Didn't know you decided to go at the same time. One delivery of steel, one of mechanical components, and it's done. The cargo train platform needs 2. Yeah, the sorting of this list of the reasons for decrease is deceiving. The number in brackets in very, very light font is the important part. I mean, need to multiply it, I guess. But alcohol is not that far behind. 6% times 600? That's also 3,600. It's currently matching the pollution pretty much. Okay, no, the pollution is times 2, so the pollution is double that of alcohol still, but yeah. Alcohol is getting pretty bad. But pollution is still worse. Oh, I see, we're gonna have a lot of pollution this year. We can watch the lifespan go down in real time as the steel mill starts running. I mean, it's gonna be a self-regulating population center, I guess. Come on, deliveries. You're almost there. We almost have the local construction office sector set up. I guess you could also do the steel delivery to that area. Then, but I don't want, no, we don't want to deliver steel here. There's no steel storage here. It's double bricks. No, you'll just have to wait at the steel mill until you're fully loaded. Another thing I could do is, instead of having a large heat exchanger up here, I could put a heat pumping station in and split it up into 3 smaller ones. And then lower my population density on this side of the settlement, but I don't want to do that. Plus we might want to have even some housing on the island. And then, well, currently it's not possible because it doesn't really reach onto the island. There's a lot of overlap with the heat exchanger. I could place some houses here and then see what the best location for the heat exchanger in this area would be. I think we'll just build it, and if we need to change this, we can change it later. If we need to move the heat exchanger further along, then we can extend the heating pipe, or if we replace it with a heat pumping station that leads into 3 small heat exchangers, that'll be fine later too. For now I just want heating here. That's all I want. We're still at 63 years life expectancy. 73 on this side this time. 56 on this one. 59. This house is doing the worst now. I will be really interested to see if preventative medicine, once we get to it, has any huge significant impact on the health of the citizens. Because I have not used that research in about at least 2 years. I don't think I've even used it in Siberia, if I remember correctly. But back then I did not read the tooltip here that well, I guess. Well, it says the tooltip doesn't say that, but the research says it decreases the ambulance dispatches for strokes and heart attacks by 15%, so I assume we're going to have fewer cases of that, which should reduce the amount of random health loss in citizens, which should in theory bring up the life expectancy and the average health. Cargo train platform and gravel storage. Just need one worker building it up now, at least for the cargo train platform. Then we can update the route and unpause the train and take off the wait until unloaded gravel checkbox once the storage is done. So, unloading stop 8, unload boards and bricks, don't wait until unloaded, and now we just wait for the gravel storage. Yep, let me know when that one is done. The train will then start moving, but I have stopped it right now, so it shouldn't. We'll scroll over and send it out. Okay, that's the local construction office sector complete. Everything inside the megacity temporary construction office is done. We just have to wait until the storage is empty. And the warehouse. Everything basically. The train will speed that up. Yeah, we're not going to pick up from this building anymore. You will also have new pickup locations. You can pick up boards and bricks from the cargo train platform at that point. They're not there yet, but they will be in a couple seconds. You're only supposed to hold bricks. Yeah, sorry about that. Forgot the setting. There we go. Okay. What are you complaining about? Oh, you can't get to the steel mill. That is a valid point. I did not consider that. I guess you can go to the coaling station once and then you can't turn around in that one either, so maybe you can go to one of the waypoints here before the steel mill. Just go back out onto the line and then turn around. So go here. That you can reach. Valid. I did say you could reach that. Did I click the wrong thing? Waypoint. It's facing the wrong way, but that should not be a thing, should it? Do you care about that? You care about that. Well, then I'll place another waypoint here. Just a waypoint. So you get out back onto the line, and then you can flip around on the waypoint instead. I don't know where it... Oh, it added it on the correct place. Good. You go away. You head to the waypoint, please. There you go. Go back out onto this track, turn around, and go into the steel mill. I'm not going to build this corner now. This is all temporary anyway. Everything is temporary every time. I don't think I'm gonna use this storage for excavators and bulldozers now that I think about it. Because we don't need them in large quantities. The only vehicles I need in large quantities are dumpers. Open hull, covered hull, maybe. Fire trucks. Yeah, excavators and bulldozers are just produced on demand. I don't need to have them on like an infinite loop. We would maybe have a shared storage for them. So we can produce a couple, but I don't think they need a dedicated storage of their own. Alright, the local construction offices will pick up everything from here. Construction offices outside will pick up everything but gravel from here. Yeah. Sure. I would have to turn the factory connections around, and I have to do that because I told one of the distribution offices to pick up resources from this. But yeah, the construction offices are supposed to pick up, well, they are supposed to pick up bricks from this building, so they can pull from both storages. But the boards from only the other area. And yeah, gravel only from this side. So gravel you will still have to pick up locally, but the other materials you can pick up from within the city, because the train will slowly start moving them inwards. And that will hopefully speed up construction. Kinda want to move the waste storage closer. But I think there will probably be a football playground and then houses here. Or we'll put the houses sideways. Regardless, it wouldn't really affect the extra bit of length of the road, except we could put a footpath connection through here. But yeah, let's get started on that construction now as well. Now we have everything inside the megacity. Are you assigned to pick up mechanical and electronic components from locally yet? I don't think so. Because you're not really using it. But you are. You can pick it up from the... Sure, the city's warehouse. There's plenty of capacity in there. Not the repair station. We'll speed up the delivery of mechanical and electronic components. Because I'll drive into the city, pick it up, and then don't have to drive outside of it to get more, if they need more. We could speed it up a little bit by moving the construction office vehicles into the city, but I'm too lazy right now. Oh yeah, and the train will only run once it has loaded once with steel, I guess. If I set it up correctly. It is set to wait until loaded. Good. It doesn't load that much steel anyway. And if the rail construction doesn't work, it's not unloading steel, so it's just something it has to do to make sure it has steel loaded, I guess. Hopefully the deliveries can keep up. Majority of dumpers is still outside the city. But once the storage there has been depleted, at that point we might consider relocating some of the construction offices. Probably not. Mechanical components are empty, just electronic components left. Vehicles are still being repaired here. But I told them to load resources from this area if they need them. Not dump more resources into it. This is too serious? It's not that serious. I guess we could start demolishing the unloading station and the aggregate connection. Well, you're still set up here to do the turnaround, I guess, so I can't really demolish this, except I might be able to set up a waypoint at the end. That's not that important, we can also wait. But yeah, get rid of the conveyor. Local maintenance of the train platform. Does it even need a construction sector, or do workers just walk onto the construction site? Like, does it need a bus, basically? To a person, or the persons, by the persons. It's very serious, though, you're right. Get the road connection up. And focus a little bit on the mechanical component production facility, because the vehicle production can't start before that. Even more pollution being produced. Glorious. I mean, it's probably fine. The electricity here was mostly only there for the aggregate unloading, so I could also demolish this plus the transformer. Although the transformer is being used for our coaling station. And that we should probably change, but it's a temporary setup. I wanted to change that once we had the proper construction office sector going. I guess it'll remain. Is it still going full throttle? No. Hello, Caesar Clown. Definitely not. It's going for domestic consumption, not for export priority. It's going at a 10% capacity at most. It has been allowed to do 30%, but if it gets close to 50, the workers in the nearby settlement definitely feel it. There's so much pollution in the area. It's glorious. It's a 19th century settlement. This is normal. It's fine. We'll make it work. I mean, we have so far. Need more vitamins. I can't get more vitamins. I already got all the vitamins I could get. We're gonna get pollution filters next, and after that, probably better alcohol, because the alcohol is also pushing down on our health quite a lot. I mean, we can't avoid pollution, but we can avoid most of the alcohol. Negative. I like these storages, they're nice. Very low tech, very low intensity. Just unload the resources on the platform. Someone can pick it up by hand. No massive crane involved. I needed a crane here because otherwise I would never had enough distance, I don't think. Plus it gives us more storage capacity too. I did not build the largest one with the rail connection though. So I think this makes sense. It also serves as our construction material storage for steel inside the city. This road is a bit of a mistake. Once we have trains waiting in this area, this will be blocked. But there's fire stations on either side, so it's not too much of an issue. Except for the fact that there could be the situation where there's always another train incoming. One side leaves, another train comes in, then the other side leaves, another train comes in, so the road would never really clear at that point. But for right now it works, I guess. Later on we can demolish that road again. It helps with the construction. Bring the construction materials in on a direct route to the area. Well, direct route. Actually, let's just do exit platform waiting. That's not the arrival area. Not as critical. No, this road will be fine. This road can stay. I see no issues. No huge issues with that. The waiting area at the exit is only there so they can move off of the platform and allow another train in. But they'll move as soon as they can onto the main line. Don't import... Huh. Wait. We need to make sure we're loading from the storage before we go back to the settlement. Where are you heading right now? Auxiliary Settlement Cargo Train Station. You're picking up... You need to also pick up after you have gone through the steel mill. Otherwise you're just importing more resources and the storage never really gets emptied. So pick up bricks and boards right now. Before you go back to the settlement, thank you. Should reduce the amount of import needs by a lot and will actually start loading resources. Also you can load the steel. I forgot about that. Although... How am I going to do this? You know what? I'm going to tell the steel train to pick up the steel from that storage. You're already very low capacity. After you have exported all of your steel, go to this area and load all the steel. Empty that storage out before you go back to the steel mill. I want that storage emptied out and I want it demolished. Demolish it. Hose feeder. Good. More hose feeders is nice. Yeah, your prison not as high of a priority. Sewage treatment, much higher. And now that we have bricks here, we can also start the construction of the sewage pipes. Just let me make sure it actually can hold 3 pipes, because this looks very narrow. I don't think it can. What it can do is connect to this outflow, this one, and this one. And then we disconnect here. Why are you complaining so much? There we go. And you connect to this one. I need to fix this. This looks horrendous. We will draw it new, I guess. I don't like this. This does not look great. You know what? Fine. You win. Just like that, I guess. Not too bad. And later on we can fit the other pipes in here too. Didn't accidentally block the other discharges. And the other ones can then nest against this as well, having a second sewage discharge if needed. In our MegaCity 1, I had 2 sewage treatment plants of that size with large pipes. Can we even... We can't really use the capacity of that building with the normal pipes, right? 440 cubic meters. How many intakes does this one have? 2 only. So we could use 100 cubic meters out of 165, or well, 150. But this one has 4 intakes, so 300 cubic meters out of 440. And we can upgrade to maybe prefab panel pipes at some point. Bit more pollution, but at least they can walk to work, yes. That's the important part, work-life balance. Does this building need prefab panels? No. Okay. If it needed prefab panels, I might have removed it and built something else. Our orphanages appear to be full, because our happiness is dropping and children are accounted for as being dead. So yeah, not enough people working here anymore either. I guess because the most loyal people now all go to the MegaCity. We don't need that many loyal people up here anymore, because the prison has been shut off and the rest works inside the university, etc. So we can just fill these houses with anyone now, and they can do whatever they want. Because the prison is gone. This is not needed anymore. There. That should help stabilize the orphanages a bit. I don't know what we can do with them. to try and maintain some for high loyalty gain, but have an overflow. Because otherwise we will have to build 2 orphanages every 5,000 citizens. There's not that many, I guess. That would be 40 orphanages. 165k export, 100k import, so clothing production still makes a profit. Can we build the orphanages along the river? In a long line around the city? I would like to build them in a cluster. I wanted to build them in a block, not line them up, because we need to concentrate the loyal people around it too. It's gonna be more of a fenced-in compound than a promenade, I guess. Because then we can also control where they go and get their education. It'll probably be in walking distance of both of these, the school and the university. But I might try and... Well, we have education for most loyal citizens only. I don't have to worry about orphans blocking the university if they don't have enough loyalty. We always know the loyalty of orphans. At some point we might load the electronic components. It's gonna be a while. Some wires will be built at some point. Can orphans die from pollution? They can certainly suffer from health problems, but I guess they would die if the life expectancy drops down below 21, otherwise I don't know. Maybe they can also suffer strokes and heart attacks if they're exposed to pollution, but maybe that's the reason that why people sometimes have health emergencies. Maybe it's the people that are suffering strokes and heart attacks. Almost filled the storage. It's not unloading in here anymore because it is full enough. Oh no, it is. Good. Doesn't have to wait that long then. I think the orphans are immortal until they are grown up. I have seen orphans die. They do have health problems. School children do not visit a hospital, so their health can drop 40% health. Lifespan of 45, but lifespan doesn't matter in that case. Because if it doesn't drop below 21, they're not affected, but here you can see it. I think they're suffering from strokes and heart attacks because of the pollution. Otherwise I can't really explain why their health is dropping sometimes. I think they're just affected as everyone else. So, they're not immortal. They're currently dying in the orphanage. And no hospital cares about them. Well, there you go. And gone. Hospital does not care about orphans, confirmed. Oh, wow. That's grim. I might have... But that's also useful, isn't it? Oh god. We're getting back into the evilness. So maybe you can thin out the amount of orphans you have with pollution. Build the orphanages right next to your industry. So you have to place the orphanage far away from the industry? Well, I'm thinking the opposite, because I'm having the issue of too many orphans. That was weird. Why didn't it get picked up? Not immortal. Complete opposite. Super fragile. Let's see. 12-year-old. Oh no. That orphan went to the hospital, so they really just hated that one person who was not allowed to go to the hospital. Not sure why, but yeah, they can go to the hospital normally. With health emergencies. So we would have to build an orphanage that is not in range of a hospital, I guess, and then we can thin out the numbers. Ambulance didn't make it, perhaps? Normally people are invulnerable while they're being transported by an ambulance, and then the health loss starts again while they're in the hospital. So I don't think they lose health while they're being moved. Not sure if I can find an example of that right now. Okay, in the building. Hopefully an ambulance arriving soon. Probably not. Might be outside of range of the hospital. I mean, the hospital is all the way over there. And the horse carriage is so slow. Maybe we should check one that is closer. Smeshnaya, Galka, Konstantinovna. Goodbye. Anyone else? There we go. How about you? You might already be being treated. Yeah, okay. You're heading somewhere? You're returning. I guess we can wait until one of the ambulances is leaving, and then we know they're making it. But yeah, the people over there, too far for the ambulances to make it in time. The horse carriages are not that fast, even with the checkbox for maximum speed set. It'll be easier to check during autumn and winter, I guess, when the pollution is back. But yeah, maybe I'll notice one of the ambulances moving. Heating plant and steel mill is still running, so they should still be moving around. Oh, there we go. There we go. Where are you? Oh god. Well, an ambulance is trying to get to you, and I'm not sure it's gonna make it. Not if it's stuck behind another resource carriage, I guess. I think the ambulance is doing that on purpose. It could have turned in here and went to the house, but nope. It wants to take the footpath on that side. Oh well. God. Well, another person died. Oh, maybe? Okay. Nope. You're gonna make it. So now they're invulnerable. They shouldn't lose any health right now. While they're being transported to the hospital, as far as I know. It's just like real life, yeah. So yeah, they're invulnerable. And then the health can drop again once they get to the hospital if there's no doctor. Otherwise the health will start improving. Maybe the health loss is slowed, but I haven't seen the health go down during an ambulance transportation yet. I think it's just paused. And then as soon as they get unloaded, health usually starts improving immediately. And now it's going back up. So healthcare is excellent. Still doing groundwork, huh? 90 tons of gravel, 80 tons of asphalt, I guess. But anyway, guys, I think I'm gonna put a cut in here for today. It's still, well, still a work day. Still did a 6-hour stream, I guess. Made progress. Vehicle production next time, I think. Any other construction should go better. We also have the plan for the sewage treatment into the discharge. And then we have to redo the sewage pipe. But by that point we can also get rid of the sewage unloading station, because we can drop all sewage into the sewage treatment plant. Which we would do. We would have to reuse the sewage carriages for some time while the sewage pipe is being built, to reroute it from the settlement's current route to, well, the sewage treatment. Which we'll do up off this point. Basically bring it around and, yeah. Well, we have a bunch of sewage connections here that we can utilize. But I think we should have them up to this point, just in case we want to build something here. You're welcome, Something Barbaric. Sorry I said earlier that there's no swearing here, unlike your stream. I don't know if you heard that. I thought it was funny. And it's true. I don't think I've sworn much. You're not gonna stream today, are you? Deja vu, yeah. Alright. Well, let's see if there's anyone to raid. It is my weekend, sir. Right. Thursday weekend, got it. Let's see. I want to play Tower Networking Inc. again. Anyone streaming in English that I would raid? Nope. Anyone else? I guess we'll raid over to Tuscanity playing Euro Truck Simulator. If you want to stick around for that. Tuz is a variety streamer playing a lot of driving games and old school games. Also VR chat. And yeah, chill stream. Good variety of music, good variety of games. It's a furry stream, but that is not a negative, I don't think. So if that is fine with you, please stick around. If not, that is fine too. I will initiate the raid before I do the outro though. Otherwise, it's not gonna align very well. So yeah. We'll probably be continuing with MegaCity 19 tomorrow. Maybe do some other things as well. I found another demo. Someone on YouTube, who was it? Was streaming a game that looked quite interesting. Many a true nerd played a game called Map, a game about maps. And it looks like you're cartographing in a cute environment, just doing measurements and all that stuff in third person. And I'm kind of interested to try it out. But yeah, until then, enjoy the raid if you want to stick around for that. Take care, everyone. All the best. Hello, Super Dano. Goodbye, Super Dano. And maybe I'll see you next time.